We had a bit of difficulty this morning on the agenda is from Hamlet of Iqaluit. I'd like to apologize for the late delay and thank you for all being here. Most of you are always on time, so I appreciate that very much. And perhaps a few are late due to illnesses, and we've been notified of whom. Thank you for coming in on time so we can start on time and stick to the schedule. Before we proceed, Sharon, have some housekeeping to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of our 5th public hearing here in Iqaluit. Just the regular housekeeping items. First of all, if you have a phone, please put it on mute. Again, we are recording the hearings and transcribing them, so we're streaming live on Iqaluit TV, Facebook, and YouTube. We'll be doing 2 15-minute breaks, one this morning, one this afternoon, and Chairperson Nakashuk will advise whether or not we'll be doing an evening session later today. Emergency exits, one at the front here, one at the side where you came in. Coffee, tea, and snacks, please help yourself. And the washrooms are at the entrance of the building where you came in. Again, if you're presenting or speaking, please state your name, your organization, who you're representing, and be respectful to all the presenters, and one person at a time speaking, and that they will speak through the chair. We have, as we are a bit ahead of schedule, which is unusual in these public hearings, but we have changed the order of the presentations for today. So we're going to be completing Iqaluit Hamlet today. The HTO won't be presenting today as the member that's attending is ill. And if they get better, they will be presenting later this week. We will be continuing on with the villages from northern Quebec, and we have 2 present. The 3 will be arriving at 1:30, and after they arrive, they will be doing their presentations. So we are moving up the Kikitani Inuit Association, the Qikiqtaaluk Wildlife Board for today as well, the Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Marine Council. So those are the changes for today, and we'll progress with each of those presentations and see where we get to by 4:45. So with that, Mr. Chair, again, welcome everyone, and let's have another wonderful, exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The changes have been agreed to, so it's what it's going to be today. Hamlet of Iqaluit, please proceed whenever you're ready. As always, please state your name, your organization. You may proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, staff. Thank you for having us to do a presentation here. I am with Hamlet of Iqaluit Mayor. I have with me a Hamlet councillor. like you all, most of you have similar problems throughout Nunavut, and we face same tasks throughout the territory. We have respect for people who have guided us through the years to where we are today, especially to the Commission who brought us here to prepare a presentation of what our community is concerned with. And today the problems are many in our community, but being resolved slowly. And January 10, as you have mentioned, is a deadline for written submission. I was worried about that. We have a lot of work to do to this land claim process, but it's manageable. We have heard that it's not negotiable date. And listening to the other communities, I like to voice my concern as well. Climate change is hitting us very bad. Our species, mammals, are changing, and where they used to be are not there anymore. And it has been our concern for the last few years, and there appears to be no solution in sight to these problems. For the Hamlet Council, and part of our councillors are involved in many small committees, climate change, for example. So I listen with an interest when I'm updated on situation. A lot of things worries me, especially wildlife. We are seeing new species that we have never seen before. For those who have authority over us, and their wishes are still our desire, their concerns are still with us. Waterfall, bird sanctuaries in our area, and has been discussed, and it appears to be of concern in this land use plan, and community area of interest are also appear to be addressed. I like to try to keep to the point. And I have worries, people who are trying to live according to traditional ways, at the same time dealing with authorities that appears to be impossible to work with. And this have to be resolved. And especially authorities who are able to listen and act upon the needs of the communities. And the Nunavut Planning Commission have indicated and categorized each land specially geared towards land users, hunters, harvesters, and people who exclusively use the land in their areas. And sometimes these needs are heard and not acted on. And another thing I have concern from our community, Hamlet concerns HTO concerns. Seneca have wishes which probably will not emerge. We are very much concerned about our environment, especially where we are, and Hamlet concerns are great as well for the entire vicinity of ours. We work closely with HTOs, KOIA, and we are categorized to Baffin Kikaktani Inuit Association, and many times we try to work closely with this organization. When we have to meet and discuss our problems, we usually try to work closely to express our concerns. What we need most, and we understood that, and has been mentioned that smaller communities are always neglected, and we need small craft harbors, fiber optics, that appears to be happening into larger communities. We want to be part of this process, and we need it just as anybody else, any other community. And the land use planning process will be able, perhaps enable us to achieve these needs. And these are my concerns from my community. Just a short note. We need to work as communities. We need to work together. And I think it's the only way that our needs will be achieved. Although each of us have municipal councils, it's not enough sometimes to meet our requirements, and as a group, larger group, we can perhaps achieve and get what our community needs are. And today we really should be concerned with our community needs. I had so much wanting to say something, but I say thank you right now.
I'm from the hamlet of Iqaluit. I didn't quite catch your name there. I just want to support her on our way to come here to include us. I love that you're speaking Inuktitut. And it seems we were caught by surprise. Our mayor would have been here. He wasn't able to be here. That was part of the conditions we got selected to come. We have a lot of thoughts on the whole process. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I like what I'm hearing. It sounds like you have caribou, yame caribou. We only have reindeer on Iqaluit. They're quite far from our community. We hardly ever have caribou meat. I even said that I want some caribou meat. The reindeer was brought in around 1970 in the 80s. They were brought onto the island, as we have no caribou. We do crave caribou very much. Those of you that have caribou, you're lucky. The reindeer are not the same. Maybe they're good for Santa Claus. That's what I say. Even though we want them, we can't shoot them either. And walrus hunting. And when we catch walrus, and to age the walrus, perhaps it needs to be tested for trichinosis, that those that have testing facilities, you're lucky. For seals, fish, and the wildlife, ducks. It wasn't a good year for ducks, and the duck hunters were having a hard time, maybe due to the change in the weather. Those were some of my comments, and I agree with what she was saying in the movement of the Inuit movement and the work that's been done for Sanikiluokmiut and their involvement. We know, we hear the January date. Thank you. Part of understanding what's going on, it's kind of overwhelming with all the information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Question you had, perhaps, Jonathan?
Optic, windmill, solar panel, and stuff like that. Would they need to be approved by the NPC? I believe that was the question to NPC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Those types of activities, including fiber optic cables and large-scale windmills or solar farms, would require a review by the Nunavut Planning Commission before they would enter the remainder of the regulatory system. So the Planning Commission would be the first point of contact once a proposal was prepared for any of those activities. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good.
Any questions from the staff? No.
Comments from the floor, from the communities? From the Nunavut delegation, questions? Seeing none. Hearing none. From the Iqaluit general audience, questions to the presentation? Do you want to speak again? Thank you. Lucy Apakak, Sanikiluok Hamlet. I wanted to notice I had forgot the wildlife locations. As she mentioned, in the 1980s, the reindeer were brought in and have been closed. They're trying to grow the reindeer population back or up. So we have reindeer and on the map that it might require either the federal government or the Nunavut government was not included to include the reindeer where they're currently located. It wasn't marked on the map. When we meet on wildlife issues, they're not here, that they would have brought their concerns. I wonder how the reindeer in Iqaluit can be identified as a species that needs protection. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So, as with all information included in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the Commission remains open to receiving additional information that will be considered in the upcoming revisions to the draft plan. I will note as well that we have received information from community members back in 2013 on important reindeer areas in the Belcher Islands, and in the current draft the majority of the Belcher Islands are already designated as a limited use area with year-round prohibitions. Those designations come from key migratory bird habitat sites as well as walrus haulouts. So the areas are largely protected or managed in the same way that the Commission would for caribou or reindeer populations. So I just wanted to note that. But if there is additional information that you'd like to provide, again, that January 10th deadline would apply. Thank you.
Thank you. To add, this process on the verbal presentation, we are here to listen. Even though you're speaking from the heart, we will include your comments. We know in written format, January 10th is the deadline, but we want to hear your voices. They are powerful to us as we have hearings, and we weigh it the same as written format, that the claim notes that we must give equal strength to verbal presentations. We do have a deadline of January the 10th. If you happen to remember something that you want included in the presentation, thank you. I asked earlier if there's a question from the floor. There's a question from the floor. Thank you. My name is Mike Ferguson.
The question that has arisen regarding the reindeer and the current migratory bird classification for most of the Belcher Islands raises an issue that applies to other communities as well. And that is, I'm wondering if, for example, the NPC has a way of dealing with multiple species values in the same area. For example, the Belcher Islands, most of it is protected as a migratory bird sanctuary, but in a submission that QWB and the HDO submitted in 2018, reindeer areas are also included in one of those submissions for the Belcher Islands around Sanikiluaq. When there's multiple species present, migratory bird sanctuaries may have protection for things relevant to migratory birds, but that classification may not give protection for some land use activities that communities may be concerned about relative to other species that are also present. So how do in written submissions, how do we present that so that added values and added protection, potentially added protections to the same area can apply? How do we go about doing that?
Thank you. This question is not really directed to the delegation currently presenting. QWB will have an opportunity to do a presentation here. Jonathan, perhaps you want?
It did not address to their presentation, but go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Since it's come up now, I provide a brief response. In general, the Commission has considered all of the available information for all of the areas within Nunavut. And when there are multiple values identified for a particular area, the Commission has chosen in this 2021 draft plan to allow for overlapping land use designations where the proposed management approach is meaningfully different. So if there are walrus haulouts that overlap with polar bear denning areas or something like that, the areas can overlap if the management structure is different. In areas where there are multiple overlapping values and the proposed management approach of the additional values does not add different plan requirements, the Commission has retained that information as valued components that are identified. So looking at Map A, that is one isolated version of information that the plan contains that is very important and provides the specific plan requirements applicable to that area, but there are also many other valued components that overlay this information. So when a project proposal is submitted, Map A is used to identify what requirements of the plan apply, but other valued components can overlay that. And yeah, as I've already said, if the proposed management approach is different, the designations are able to overlap in the current draft. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions to the presentation. Thank you to the Sanikiluaq presentation. And to ask, they are here. If they can come up, they can do a presentation. Thank you. Likewise, name and organization that you're representing. You may proceed. Johnny Kasadlok, Mayor Inugjuak, from the Community Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to say Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We are very welcomed at the meeting and in Iqaluit. It's been really nice to meet people here. I'll try and be brief, that we are mostly here to listen for the jurisdiction of other Inuits and the laws that we are divided. We are one nation, but we are divided by provinces and jurisdictions that have borders. As we are wholesome people, as Inuit, there are no boundaries to the water and the land. And that if we are affected, then we all are affected together. I also want us to remember the islands and the waters that we use in our communities in northern Quebec, and the Hudson Bay and the Hudson Strait. Oceans are just as valuable through agreements that we have on their management. We agree surface and subsurface and the bottom of the ocean and also on top, and the animals, marine, and from the land animals, we value them all when they're affected, when activity happens nearby. We want to be involved based on Inuit customs and cultures where it may affect, that we need to know and understand and honor the structure in the way that we are here and the participation that we have in keeping us informed in the process. We have to work together and go forward. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Chairman, members, Ana Okaitok, Iqaluit, HTO, and Inugjuak. Inuit traveled everywhere and anywhere, and they traded goods and they harvested wildlife, caribou. Where there was no caribou, they would trade with people from the islands for walrus tusks that they would use on their kamutiks for runners. I mentioned these important trading work with other Inuit and supporting each other, that we supported each other. Thank you for this. And as many stated, the wildlife that we rely on, our food source, we too do also live off the land and the oceans, and we need to support them and protect them. Regarding the islands, we hunt a lot on those islands, as wildlife are seasonal and have a range. So when we want to go walrus hunting, whale hunting, or we wish just to go down to the islands to camp or summertime, where their favorite destinations to go during the summer, and there's all kinds of animals that we hunt around the islands near our community. We have to work together as Inuit. I see that happening here. Not how I am this morning. As an Inuk, our food source is valuable. Our original food source. Our hunting grounds are valuable. The islands, we feel welcome to hunt on those islands and also for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simeon? Proceed. You gotta state your name. Simeon Haito Inukjuak. Those of us were from Quebec. I've been here before. I can understand a bit better now that when I first came the first time, I couldn't quite understand before. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in hearings like this. Is good, as we're talking about wildlife and the protection, even from the Quebec side, that we work together, and those that need to be part of the discussion from Makivik are included. Wildlife issues on the islands, even from Sanikiloaq, we have worked together in areas of cooperation and agreements. For that, it is good. The work on the islands related issues, we also think that that is good work regarding the cooperation with our Inuit, and they are fun and good to deal with. We hunt not so freely anymore from the old days, and research has raised values for those of us from Quebec, where we were always Inuit, where we lose to science. We have a hard time gaining back our power as Inuit regarding the wildlife management. For example, the rivers are important, that we rely on almost all rivers, and we've lost some rivers that affects our life, changes our life. We've seen it. The dam, the rivers diverted, changes the conditions where there is no more river that used to be there, and they divert rivers to dams, and that is what they've done. That you have to consider when they talk about dams, that you too will be affected, and that as Inuit we don't run these these dams. And when you look at the future, that's what I'm talking about. So, thank you. Regarding the cooperation between Nunavik and Nunavut, that's good to see. We're talking from Inukjuak a long ways down. Walruses, all the way up here, there's walruses. We even come up here close to Nunavut when we're walrus hunting. And on our walrus hunts, we have walrus that has trichinosis close by, so we go further to hunt other walruses. Why are they becoming like that? Why do they have so much trichinosis now? And I know, why is this happening to our wildlife? Perhaps there are diseases coming that are invading the northern species in the north. It could be the fish, could be the creatures on the bottom of the ocean. That is a concern. When I was given comments to comment, thank you. That's it. Thank you. Same way. Questions from the staff? Johnny Mike, question? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Mike, Bungnakdok, Hunters and Trappers Association. The last speaker I want to ask, the work of damming rivers in northern Quebec that's been done, and they're diverted rivers, and we know there's wildlife that might have seen changes in their migration or other issues. How are the wildlife affected when the dams are put in? How are the animals affected? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Question, you can comment. He didn't quite understand this question. I'll perhaps answer for him. The work of damming rivers really does affect wildlife. It affects the marine mammals, seals, whales, fish are all affected by when you affect a river, the animals in the ocean are greatly affected. Okay, he said he could comment. What I said was what we have gone through from before and trees, Indian country have been greatly affected, and there's different effects, whales, walrus. From when they first started, there was no damage at all to the wildlife before the dam started. Now seals, we have no more seals. I blame the dam, the rivers, when they're flooded, when they're trees, they give off mercury. That's what we were told, and that we see affects animals downstream from those dams where there used to be rivers. There's no more rivers. We have been greatly affected. Our sea mammals, we have lost a lot of resources in the ocean, no more seals. And they greatly changed when this came in. Thank you. Thank you. Gitalu. Good morning. Not really a comment. We don't quite understand the context of the whole thing, and those that are watching online that are affected in different ways. I wonder from the way, maybe I understand it as an Inuk. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good comment for thought. We cannot deal with that right now. Questions, comments from the floor, communities? Hearing none. From the Nunavik delegation? Seeing none. There's none. General audience, Iqaluit, questions to the presentation? Seeing none, thank you. Let's thank them once again for their presentation. To continue, Puvinniktok can come up. Lots of guesswork. Relax. Thank you. State your name and your organization. You may proceed. Atami Uyua. I'm a counselor with the Hamlet. You guys say Hamlets over here. I'm the deputy mayor. And I'm also a member of the Hunters and Trappers Association. That's where I come from. First of all, for getting invited here, we didn't totally understand what it was that we were here. We were curious and came. We understand the work that you've done. I love it. When we discuss issues brought onto us by the government in our history, now you have an opportunity to plan the process of laying out the groundwork. I like what you're doing here as Inuit to see the protection of wildlife habitats, and that the wildlife have been given us to manage for future generations about the wildlife. We now understand that some of the work Jonathan is doing. I really like what he was talking about, and I really wanted to understand more and to see the work that you're doing. It's good. Two issues for me as a hunter. I escaped his mind from Iqaluit and Tugjat. We're gathering places for our ancestors, hunting grounds, that there was great cooperation from the regions. This continues today, and I encourage that to continue for the future generations regarding the islands that are close to Nunavut, and that we share. I didn't understand before the process. I understand better the parameters from which we meet to discuss issues related to wildlife. Thank you for this. My partners here have some comments. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Proceed. Next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yaku si Itok, Pubang Nakdok. I'm from the Hunters and Trappers Association. Thank you. We're very grateful for the invite to this meeting. When we meet Nunavut and Nunavik Inuit, what I want to say about some of the laws that we have regarding the management of wildlife that we manage from our own organizations, and where there is shared jurisdiction regarding the management of those wildlife. We look at ways to cooperate on wildlife issues, even outside of government laws, that we give consideration as Inuit laws that we can enact, that we could give some thought to. That's why I mention it. And the islands that we are concerned about, we know that we have been divided in the 1950s when we were brought to communities, and the various islands were given away without our knowledge. So we're grateful for the shared management of those islands, and we were brought to a location based past on wildlife on the islands have been where we survived, and based on Inuit customs on the islands. Inuit are cooperative even though they come from great distances. I miss that. And also the whole Hudson Bay is being affected by change, since there was a lot of mud and silt coming into the bay now. It has changed the conditions, and it has affected the migration of mammals that migrate. I mentioned that because we see it. Thank you.
State your name, organization. Isa from Pabangniktok HTO. I'm a member there. Thank you, Chair. I have comments that river affect our area considerably. If you have this in mind, if you allow it in the future, it's going to really affect your territory. It has affected us a great deal. From James Bay area, their water source, the sea, has deteriorated considerably. Seals have virtually gone from that area. There's so much mud and silt now, and this is what you're going to face as we have experienced in our area, especially in Iqaluit, Great Whale River. Rivers nearby are really bad now. Climate change does not help to clarity of the fresh water coming out, and it's a new problem where we used to hunt walrus. Belugas have gone. And if you allow that, you're going to see huge changes. And we are speaking from experience, what we have seen affecting our area. Even the caribou migration will change. And we give advice with caribou. We advise you that you will see a great deal of changes to polar bear, caribou population if these were allowed. At times they come to high grounds where there's less mosquitoes to calve. And even the sanctuary to caribou has gone. So calving for caribou has become very difficult, and they have no safe place anymore to calve. And the other problem is sports hunters, and they are concentrating on harvesting bulls only. And this bull has mate with many female calves to keep the population healthy, and this sporting of caribou is not helping. And we have to be mindful, as you have, on which species of caribou that we harvest. And many of these new ventures are catching us by surprise in every aspect of mammals. And we are now traveling so far to have us say, for instance, on walrus. We have many rules for safeguarding the healthy population. We have to be careful which species we hunt. We try not to disturb their walrus. We try not to disturb walrus hollowts. They're healthy walrus species, and they have healthy hollowts to date. I think they're starting to come into our area from healthy areas. As Inuit, we need to be mindful and be careful how we use our land and our animals. Thank you, Chair. Any question from the staff? Any questions from the community, staff? Outside, it's flowing. It's not within our territory. We are seeing now the effect of your dam rivers in your area. There's nothing we can do. And how will these be resolved? Federal government, provincials appear not to be doing anything. Dam and generating electricity is more important to southern Canada, and it has affected our Hudson Bay in general, and perhaps Churchill River National Park. I think there are also dams in Manitoba. How will this affect us? Thank you. Is this directing your comment to the group, or is it a question? Jonathan, can you speak? Can you repeat it in English?
The Iqaluit River, damming of it, and basically the biological degrading mass reaching the waters, fresh waters, going into Hudson's Bay. It's impacting Nunavut water. Well, I don't know if it's Nunavut waters, but it is out of our jurisdiction, along with the Churchill River. Lake Winnipeg is probably full of agriculture stuff that's contaminating Hudson Bay. Is there anything that can be done or part of the plan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the question and the clarification as well. So the issue of transboundary impacts or impacts that cross borders is an important issue that the land use plan attempts to address in some cases for project proposals within the Nunavut settlement area impacting other jurisdictions. So within Nunavut, we can attempt to provide some guidance for activities that have impacts outside of the territory. What you're referring to is projects that are occurring outside of Nunavut that are having impacts within the territory. And I don't have the exact references on hand, but I know that the Nunavut Impact Review Board, for example, is able to engage in and participate in review processes for projects outside the territory that can have impacts within Nunavut. So that's an example of a potential opportunity for Nunavut and Nunavut's regulatory system to engage in projects that are occurring outside of the territory that are having impacts here at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Additional comment. We have a member from Nunavik sitting amongst us. And whenever we discuss joint management of some land, he is allowed to sit with us. Example, South Baffin is a matter at hand, and there are usually 2 members from Makibik. The other one, unfortunately, have passed, and we have 1 now, and when it affects your area, we always have a member from Nunavut sitting with us, so your concerns are always heard. Good morning, Chair. Chitalukakik Iqaluit HTO, an elder. I have a question that you have mentioned diverted rivers often. It has not happened yet in our Nunavut, but there's a talk of such coming up in the future. My question is, the provinces who dam areas, and we have no knowledge of what you are going through now, and I don't think we could understand your dire situation right now. We expect that waterfowl and shore mammals would be greatly affected. Food source we have like whales. You have mentioned that there are grievous dangers to dam shores in your area, and it has affected you considerably. My question, Aisa Sawasila Pawangnektut, HTO member. The damming of our area was constructed before I was born, and it has affected all the species you have mentioned, including ptarmigans and other food sources that we depend on for food. The waterfowl, where they used to come in to lay eggs, say sanctuary. Now some of these bird sanctuaries that we knew in the past are now underwater, and it has affected our community so much, and it's hard even to gauge the depth of the damage. And animals that used to be so accessible to us nearby, trees, tundra, other areas that we used to travel to harvest, now they are gone because ptarmigans, for instance, have special little trees, birches that they feed on, and this is now underwater, and their food source is gone. Even Arctic char who use spawn upriver are affected. We used to have a lot of char in Pawangnektop area. To me, it's just a story now, because before I was born, these dams were established and built, and I only know of a situation today. I've heard that there's so much cargo or vessels traffic now as well. We have a river nearby. There's so much disturbance from the cruise ships coming into area without our knowledge, compounding the problems to animals that are in dire straits. So water everywhere, whatever they may be, including their wastewater, being drained to our areas. and their water balances they're using in our area. We have very much concern about that. Thank you, Chair. Johnny wanted to have his question. Johnny, is your question answered? Titalo, thank you, Chair. Additional to my questions, when I was a child, youngster, it was serene, it was good. It was like a different world from today. So my question to you, that mammals depends on shoreline clams, others, we used to harvest them, and my mother used to gather these clams from the high tide line, and I know what she was going through, and my question was, your gatherings on high tide areas, how are they affected? And there used to be a lot of ammonia clams and other spurious. How are they in your affected shorelines on high tide areas? And I'm still used to having these in my area. How about your area? Question you may answer. High tide area. We don't have much high tide in our area. We don't gather so much in high tide area. We only have a foot, maybe 2 foot of it, unlike here. We don't really gather food source from high and low tide area. Sometimes people gather clams, scallops, with underwater diving apparatus. So I don't know too much about your questions, the practice you had on gathering from high tide area. Sometimes I don't understand what the questions are sometimes, so I'll try my best to understand.
No, it's fine. We're both trying to understand each other in our custom that the people that aren't here behind me or listening, we have to ask them for them sometimes, and the context of being an elder, you don't quite understand what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I envy the young people being involved. When we were young, we were told not to. We couldn't even say anything as children. I envy the involvement of youth in all of this process. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Paul wants to comment or question? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Coasa, City of Iqaluit, City Councilor, to hear their comments regarding the islands. Can come to the microphone. Paul Coasa, City Councilor Iqaluit. When we talk about the management of wildlife in the land claims process, negotiations, and we had to seek agreements with the Inuit of northern Quebec as to the location and the use from both sides, that is spelled out in agreements with the Inuit of Nunavik for their rights to hunt anywhere in the Nunavut settlement area based on their traditional hunting routes and grounds, and the islands are identified and noted for use. That is already spelled out, and the islands that we share hunting grounds between Nunavut and Nunavik will be managed by both organizations. I just wanted to note that when we're talking about the planning process, that they are included and the islands are included. That is my question, whether there are issues from northern Quebec, from Makivik, in terms of the agreement and the shared work of managing wildlife, and as they are here at the hearings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Anyone of you may answer? I am not aware personally. I'm Adami Ayola from Pubangnakto. I'm a deputy mayor. I'm also on the Hunters and Trappers Association. Paul's question, I have not heard of any bad kind of situations, but for those that hunt on the islands, that they used to meet on Resolution Island in the 1940s, before airplanes, that they used to meet on the islands with people from King Knight, and that they met on those grounds in the winter during walrus hunting season, and I have not heard anything bad at all about the relationship with Inuit from Nunavut. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any more names from Nunavik. Proceed. Diyan Kasadlok, Inugjuak. It was raised about damming rivers. I just want to note the Inugjuak River, when it was dammed for hydro purposes, the work of damming the river, when it was completed on the Inugjuak River, flow would remain the same. They noted that it would stay the same, that it would be a small lake that was dammed upriver. Once the lake was filled, the flow of the river would be returned. Talk about the run of the river, but from the work that preceded of damming the river and affecting the river, that they claimed that it wouldn't affect the water flow of good quality water that comes through the hydro process that they claimed would be returned to the same level that reaches the ocean. Stated. I just wanted to state that. Thank you. Thank you. That's a comment. See, hearing none from the general Iqaluit public. Any question? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you very much. Gobernador. We are on to a coffee break, 15 minutes.
We have QIA on the table. They're ready for their presentation. You may proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you for allowing us to change your scheduling. Proceed, please. Whenever you're ready, please. Your name, your organization, please. I think we're prepared. Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to thank you, Chair, first. We have some few items that we'll discuss. When I was an MLA one time, I was asked where Santa Claus was going to. I was told it was on its way to Iqaluit, so I think that is happening again. First, my name is Levi Barnabas. I'm the Secretary Manager, Vice President, Board of Directors, Executive Committee for Iqaluit Association. And we have with us our staff. To my right, Solomon Awa, Director of Inuit Kawimayatakwangit and Engagement. Roseanne Orazio, Assistant Executive Director, Operations and Benefits. Today, we will be providing you with overview of Kikatani Inuit Association's review and comments on 2021 draft land use plan. The Kikatani Inuit Association is responsible for advancing the rights and benefits of Kikatani Inuit through protection and promoting our social, political, economic, and cultural interests, while also safeguarding the land, and we also are responsible for land, water, resources, sustaining our communities. Our mandates aligns well with the purpose of draft land use plan. We are also responsible for managing nearly half of the Inuit-owned lands in Nunavut. And we are accountable to Inuit beneficiaries in our region. We are the Iqaluit Regional Inuit Association and designated Inuit organizations under Article 39 of the Nunavut Agreement. We recognize that 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan is an important step forward, and many have worked hard to arrive to this point. However, we have identified several concerns which must be addressed to achieve the principles and objectives of Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement. Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement. These are key concerns include 1. Caribou. We feel that there is not enough caribou habitat proposed for the protection. 2. Inuit-owned lands. There are too many constraints placed on Inuit-owned lands by limited use designation. 3. Inuit impact and benefit agreements. There are designations that affect areas where Inuit impact and benefit agreements apply now or will be in the future. To our children and grandchildren. In many cases, the plan requirements for these areas in prayer with legal obligations will influence future negotiations for our children and our grandchildren. And these negotiations then can be affected for vessel traffic and marine shipping, which is not sufficiently restricted under the 2021 draft plan. We don't have a clear statement as to where we stand on this, and this is in relation to 2021 draft plan. And I will give this next presentation to Solomon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Levi. Thank you. And thank you for being in our city. Communities, welcome. I'm glad to see that we're all well represented. And Levi have briefly mentioned some wildlife and caribou in Baffin Island, a way of life for Inuit people. Caribou are essential to Inuit culture and well-being. Because of this, it is our priority to protect them. As in Kibalek and other regions, they migrate towards Sanarayak and Repos Bay area. We have a small herd coming in from the high Arctic, a prairie caribou. And Senekaloak also had concerns this morning with reindeer herds, a Christmas symbol, a reindeer. They are of concern to us as well as a regional organization. What we have done so far to date, as mentioned before, we are a barren land in this region, Baffin Island. We have to understand the caribou habitation, their migration route, and how different it is from the mainland. And it clearly indicates that there is difference. It's different in Baffin Island. Their habitation and protection of caribou is very important. And it's unlike mainland Nunavut. Baffin Island caribou, we find these in land. Their migration route is very short, unlike other regions, and they travel short distance to Calf and to other areas as well. And our elders have concerns, and they told us that there's a period of 40 to 70 years where they travel from region to region and appears to have disappeared. Even now, we know that there are few caribou out there, and according to Inuit Kauyimayatokangat, the herd will always return to our area. Caribou is of concern, and we are concerned Overall, we support measures in 2021 draft plan that limits development in important caribou habitats. For example, through limited use designation and prohibiting in areas such as mineral development. However, we do not believe that enough habitat has been proposed for protection. For example, the map on this slide shows movement corridors designated as valued ecosystem. Components. According to Inuit Kauimaitukangit, there are always second thought looking at component in orange compared to our Inuit Kauimaitukangit movement corridors data in yellow. As you can see, there are many gaps. A review of available Inuit Kauimaitukangit and Western science databases. Iqaluit wildlife boards have made submissions. There are concerns about aircrafts, walrus haul-out areas, and other bird sanctuaries. There should be a limit as well, including caribou calving grounds. Kikaktan Inuit Association and Iqaluit Wildlife Board have a shared interest in caribou and working together to ensure strong protection. Protection measures are included in the final plan between October 11 and 13. We had a workshop with caribou experts from the Hunters and Trappers organization in our region. The goal of this workshop was to identify highly sensitive and important areas for caribou that must not be disturbed and compare these with the proposed habitat production in the 2021 draft plan. Based on the results of this workshop, we are drafting a joint submission to the Nunavut Planning Commission for caribou protection in the Iqaluit region. And the next slide, the primary results of this workshop. However, they still need to be refined and verified with participants, and we have a plan to do this in early December. For caribou calving and post-calving habitat, we support the proposed limited use designation, but not enough habitat has been protected. The Big Blue polygon near Nachilik Lake in south central Baffin, which was submitted by Iqaluit Wildlife Board in 2018 and includes important habitat, caribou habitat. It's a particularly concerning gap. In addition, there are several areas in north and northeast Baffin where there are little habitat has been proposed for protection by the comparison to our Inuit Kauimei database. For caribou winter range, we support the proposed limited use designation, but only a very small area of winter range habitat in northwest region of Baffin Island was identified. This is not enough. We note that the Nunavut Planning Commission did not accept any of the winter habitat identified by Iqaluit Wildlife Board in 2018. Which leaves a gap in protection, especially areas where winter ranges are to be protected include South Baffin, Northwest Mountain, High Arctic, Sanikiluaq, and our perspective is that all movements corridors should be considered together. Whatever caribou are crossing land or fresh water or ice, they're all corridors that support movement pattern of the caribou. Movement of the corridor of the land are generally identified as value eco-component in the Iqaluit region. We recommend that at least some of the major corridors are protected as a value limited use with appropriate buffers on the other side. Sea ice crossings are identified as conditional use because they only apply when the ice is frozen, but some important ones were missed in a 2021 draft area. No freshwater crossings were identified in the Iqaluit region in 2021 draft plan. Many important crossings were included as part of this large blue polygon near Nachilik Lake. In the Iqaluit Wildlife Board submission, and these need to be protected. Continuing, Iqaluit Inuit Association Iqaluit Wildlife Board joint submission will include a summary of the area in 2021 draft plan that we support, maps of additional areas that should be protected, and recommendations for additional plan requirements. We recognize that not all areas can be protected, and so to this point submission will reflect these that are most important rather than an exhaustive list. Inuit-owned lands. We are also concerned with how the draft plan treats Inuit-owned lands. As a designated Inuit organization, we, in collaboration with Inuit in our region, have a right to determine in which activities are allowed to proceed on Inuit-owned lands. Under the section under 2021 draft plan, 42% of our land was surface rights and 57%, 0.91 of these with subsurface rights are affected by either limited or conditional use designation. This represents a significant percentage of land on which our decision-making authority would be constrained. Article 11.8.2 of Nunavut Agreement states that Nunavut land use plan must take into account Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned land. However, Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned lands in Iqaluit regions are not set in stone. As a result, we cannot provide the Commission with parcel-by-parcel recommendation on which land use designation should apply. It is important that we retain the flexibility and authority to make decisions about Inuit-owned lands, and we should keep our Inuit population informed. Inuit Association, we recommend the Commission develop a unique approach of planning an Inuit-owned land that respects QIA's right to manage and to determine acceptable land use through existing governance system. For example, we have established land use registry and permit application process to ensure that any proposed land uses are reviewed and carried out in accordance with QIA standards. Impact on Inuit. We are also concerned that draft land use interfere with Inuit impact and benefit agreement, including both existing and future agreements. For example, the existing national wildlife areas and migratory bird sanctuaries, Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement has allowed the Kikatani Inuit Association to build an ecotourism lodge, a research facility, a twin otter airstrip and docking facilities in Inuit-owned land within the Naglinik National Park wildlife area. However, this area has been designated limited use and prohibited quarries, which may be required to build these facilities. Therefore, a limited use designation will interfere with the obligations of this Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement. and continuing with Inuit benefit agreements. We are also concerned about the influence of this draft plan, which would have on future Inuit impact and benefit agreement negotiations. Looking at the left side of the map, and we are looking at proposed parks north of us. And this would apply as impact to Inuit agreement if this were to gone through. National parks, we have to negotiate with Nunavut government, and we need to have this negotiation complete, and there would be an area where Inuit Kakaktanit Association to ensure impact into Inuit rights, and including the rights to pursue desired land use are minimized. Continuing, we also have concerns about how the Class 1 key migratory bird sanctuaries, and I think it says where it should be sanctuaries where they migrate to our land, and it will impact Inuit rights as outlined in Inuit and Impact Benefit Agreement for national wildlife areas and migratory bird sanctuaries. The Government of Canada and designated Inuit organizations must negotiate an agreement for all new migratory bird sanctuaries that overlap Inuit-owned lands. Under the 2021 draft plan, Class 1 key migratory bird habitat will still receive a similar level of protection to migratory bird sanctuaries, but with no clear directive for Inuit impact and benefit agreement negotiations. And as proposed in 2021 plan, these Class 1 migratory bird habitats sites overlap with 37 Inuit-owned land parcels, and a total of 4,726.32 kilometers. I think kilometer, I don't think Jetalu will understand this, but it's huge. Example of this overlap are shown on the maps to the right. There is no unacceptable amount of constraint on our decision-making authority under Inuit-owned lands. Continuing with Inuit Impact and the Benefits Agreement, with these concerns in mind, the Kikaktani Inuit Association makes the following recommendations. First, the Commission must acknowledge all existing Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreements and ensure that land use designation and plan requirements such as those applying to conservation area are consistent with legal obligation outlined in relevant agreement are being followed. and Commission must also ensure that limited land use designation do not apply to areas that are subject to a reasonable, foreseeable future Inuit impact and benefit agreement negotiations, such as those applying to future parks and Class 1 migratory bird habitation site. Sa Lodiup, Lancaster Sound. And this has been asked and various topics discussed on this. And we also do not agree with limited use designation applied to Talodiup Imanga in the draft plan as interim management measure. Specifically, the current plan does not specify the role of Aulakto Katigid Board IMAC Committee in management acceptable uses of the proposed National Marine Park Conservation Area. The decision-making authority of these boards should be clearly outlined in the plan. Additionally, there are no measures to restrict vessel traffic or ice breaking within Talodiup Imanga in 2021 plan. Talodiup Imanga includes important marine mammal areas and sensitive areas for Inuit use and harvesting, which must be protected from disruptive activities such as vessel traffic and ice breaking. We heard this message loud and clear from community representatives during the Pond Inlet Regional Public Hearing. To help address this concern, we will submit further comments to the Commission on specific areas in Talodiup Imanga that should be protected from shipping and ice-breaking activities. Vessel traffic and ice breaking. Talodiup Imanga is not the only area in Kekatani Marine Region that includes important marine mammal areas and sensitive areas for Inuit use and harvesting. We believe that stronger restriction on vessel traffic and ice breaking are needed in the plan overall. The 2021 draft plan is considerably weaker than the 2021 draft plan is considerably weaker than the pre-existing protections outlined in North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan. Examples of these measures include requiring that all ships stay away from 10 kilometers from shorelines and 20 to 25 kilometers from the coast on highly sensitive areas. Implementation of corridors for marine shipping, and many more. At the minimum, we recommend that the Nunavut Planning Commission adopt these restrictions into Nunavut-wide land use plan. In addition, that we will submit further comments to Commission on specific areas where vessel traffic and icebreaking activities should be prohibited. And in response to the concerns we have heard from these communities at these hearings, we plan to submit further recommendation on areas where icebreaking and vessel traffic, including different types such as cruise ships and yachts. And friendly passage ships, project-related ships, and community resupply vessels should be restricted under the plan. Thank you, Chair. We have
Brian Iqaluit, Nunavut Planning Commission. Just to speak for Iqaluit, from here to Ukibik is 1 kilometer. Ukibing may niakungomo 5 kilometers. Ungasing niraya. Thank you. Just a clarification, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the presentation and the recommendations. We note that we do very much look forward to the recommended caribou measures to be included in the draft plan and recognize that's a significant component of the land use plan in this region. On the subject of Inuit-owned lands, you've indicated, again, the preference for a unique approach on Inuit-owned lands, and on slide 11, you've indicated that Inuit goals and objectives are not set in stone, and the Kikitani Inuit Association is not able to provide a parcel-by-parcel recommendation to the Commission. I'm wondering if there are any exceptions to that. Like, are there Inuit-owned land parcels within the region where the Kikitani Inuit Association is confident of Inuit goals and objectives? And I'm thinking of areas like the Inuit-owned lands around Netling Lake, where we've heard so much over the years from community participants about its importance, both culturally and to wildlife. So just to summarize, are there exceptions where you do have a confident understanding of Inuit goals and objectives at this time? Thank you.
Thank you. You can proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jonathan, for the question. And when we spoke in Pond Inlet on this issue, there was a question. Inuit-owned lands as a whole, they're separate parcels. Each parcel from a community that selected it had their own reasons for selecting those lands that they selected. Some wanted the preservation for animals, some wanted it for hunting grounds, and some thought for economic purposes. Now we know at Bapan land that there's a major economic boost from the mine, and what Jonathan and to the commissioners that the Inuit-owned lands would individually, they cannot blanket policy all the Inuit-owned lands. Some are open for mineral purposes and some are slated for protection. That I just wanted to clarify. I hope I answered the question. Thank you. Jonathan, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the response to the question. I have another question on Inuit-owned lands and their management in the draft plan. In your presentation, you noted the need for a unique approach on Inuit-owned lands, and in your written submissions have proposed that in some cases limited use designations could be appropriate and be applied with a special clause where activities could, prohibited activities could proceed on Inuit-owned lands with a letter of support from the Kikitani Inuit Association and perhaps the Regional Wildlife Board as well. I'm just wondering if you could expand on that proposed approach here today for Commissioners' consideration, and also if you have any thoughts on how such a letter of support could relate in some way to the equivalent of a ministerial exemption that's provided for in the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, whereby projects that do not conform to one of the Commission's land use plan are able to apply for an exemption from the requirements to the responsible minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for your response and expansion on that proposal. Just to follow up, the idea of relying on the existing management approach with the Community Lands and Resource Committee, can you clarify in regards to this proposal for a letter of support, whether something like that process with the Lands and Resource Committee would take place before a project proposal is submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission, or whether that would take place following the review by the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. We certainly appreciate that those details may not be ironed out yet, and I guess rather than continuing this back and forth here, would encourage you to perhaps contact us and we can work together before the January 10th deadline to have a supportable solution developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from the floor? Johnny Mike? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Mike, Pagnikto Hunters and Trappers Association. I want to comment on your presentation. I'm hearing some stuff for the first time. I have not heard the reports related to my community. I see concerns. I want to note that. In your presentation about caribou, I didn't hear or see the region where in the Baffin region for caribou purposes there are 10 affected communities on the caribou ban, and those high Arctic caribou, the prairie caribou is separate. Those communities too of Iqaluit and Sanirayak are affected by the ban. For the islands that I'm talking about, that we've been talking about caribou, and in Pagnikto HTA are part of the committee as part of the process when they talk about caribou. Perhaps there is 2 or 3 herds on Baffin Island. The Nunavut government, I know, was responsible in this area. I want to hear more whether we can get support. There be a North Baffin caribou herd and a South Baffin caribou herd and a third herd destination. If I was told to mention this, so I bring that up as the QIA. It's a bit more complex. The planning process between here and Pangnaktu, that there is possibly a diamond mine identified possibly for this area. For those in the North Bapan that were affected by the mine, Inuit were wanting to create their own Inuit association in the North Bapan and were looking to get royalties. And when I was a member of the Legislative Assembly, Pond Inlet, Member 2 wanted to create their own Inuit association for the North Bapan. And it had mostly to do with the benefits that supposedly were coming from BA and from the IIBA, and they didn't seem too happy from the benefits of the agreement. And that seems to be an area that we need to discuss. There is no set plan. What will happen? What do we want to see between here and Pangnaktu? Is there any way to bypass the IIBA or Iqaluit and Pangnaktu? Can the project proceed for the commission that you are presenting? I am using this as an example. Is there a way to bypass the Inuit of Pangnaktu and Iqaluit for their own benefit on negotiations? That's that question. Jitaluk. And there's that one. And we have been talking through the United Nations, the rights of Inuit being identified through a declaration of indigenous rights. I wonder how the QIA thinks in terms of the land planning process affecting Inuit. What sort of discussions have you had? I know we are losing some rights, but we are not hearing whether these initiatives are just talk or whether they're real. Are they part of your discussions? Are they talked about in Canada? Are they the same way? Those, when you're watching from the outside, there's concerning that the agreement states that the Commission will determine the impact. Thank you. Thank you. You can proceed with an answer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Pangnaktu, I'm Solomon Ava, Kikaktan Inuit Association. That is a good question. Regarding caribou, if you look up on the map, it's been suggested by the Inuit that we are trying to follow the desires of the Inuit that feel that it's a separate herd from North and South Baffin, and that the caribou migration Inuit have made informed comments, but when caribou migrate, there is a local population that stays in the South Baffin. So in our view, we see them as separate herds based on Inuit. And your other question affecting Inuit and benefits from the IIBA, we at QIA to the Commission, we are requesting that we do not want to be excluded where Inuit impact happens for future projects, that we do not want to limit, because we will have work to do in the future. The question you asked, whether we can bypass the IIBA, I cannot answer that. We cannot work from the outside. The third question, perhaps Levi can comment. I just want to add, it's concerning the last mining symposium that we had here. It was concerning to see the work that they are doing, and the protection of Inuit lands is a concern to the industry. I just wanted to note that. Thank you. Thank you. We, looking at the clock, we are coming towards lunch. We'll take a break. I still have names. We'll proceed once again. We can have them back at the table. 1:15, we'll proceed again. Adjourn for lunch. to the agenda. One of the members has other appointments, so the other two are still here. They'll try and answer questions as well. Sharon? But later on, we can proceed once again. I have a list of names from earlier, before, but first, there's some new delegates from Nunavik. Welcome. We have started and underway. We'll give you an opportunity to absorb the day today and present tomorrow. And you can see the process that we're going through. Feel welcomed. It was Johnny who had questions. Proceed. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman. Johnny Mike, Pangnikto Hunters and Trappers Association. There's no Pangniks for a long time there now. If I recall correctly, I wasn't really answered with my question. We are members of QIA, and they're presenting their thoughts, representing us, and for what they're presenting, it's the first time that we're seeing it, and that's what I noted. I shall proceed. The Inuit Impacts and Benefits Agreement has been challenged by the high Arctic communities wanting to create their own Inuit association, wanting to separate. And that was my question. It wasn't answered. Will we have any flexibility in the lands, Inuit-owned lands, have separate, each Inuit-owned lands has separate plans, and in terms of the IIBA for the impact and benefits to Inuit, is that the only route, or can communities have other ways of dealing with this issue without going into an IIBA process? Can you clarify, yes we can, or no we can't? And the reason for that. That is my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That relates more to QI's operation. It doesn't relate to the issues related to the hearings. From the presentation QA presented, that I know there are questions you might have of them, but to focus on the land use plan, you can ask if there's questions related to the presentation for the project between Iqaluit and Pangniktok. That is a question to QIA. They have other avenues. The impact related to QIA or other issues or to the government. There are other avenues, but our focus as the Commission are trying to focus on the presentations. If they want to answer, Levi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In part, I can't answer the whole issue related to the laws that we have to follow and the process we're in with the land claim. We'll take the question as notice and we will come with a response personally regarding his question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Paul? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Kawasa, City of Iqaluit City Councilor. I have a few questions for QIA. First, the Inuit-owned land issue. They were saying regarding the Inuit-owned lands, those are identified by the communities. They're not just by NTI, but not QIA. These lands were selected by the communities. When they talk about Inuit-owned lands being in a particular way and related to the Inuit-owned lands, my question is have you heard these issues in your communities on the issues they are presenting on Inuit-owned lands, as communities have selected these lands and the purposes they selected those lands? And I seem to notice that QIA are not quite aware of the lands and the purposes they were selected. That is my first question. Perhaps the communities dictating what they want with those Inuit-owned lands, and did we hear that today, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you. Levi Barnabas, QIA. Thank you. That's a good question. We hear, like in Pond Inlet, the purposes related to the Inuit-owned land selections. We have the information, but also in part the lands that Inuit have selected within the Nunavut settlement area, that we have easier process dealing with lands when it's our own lands, and we have been asked to further review the Inuit-owned lands that communities have selected. Thank you. Thank you. Paul? Thank you, Pakwasa, City Councilor Iqaluit. The other question in terms of the IIBA that Johnny was asking about, that the Commission outlining the different categories such as limited use, that I did not understand for the IIBA, how would they be affected if there was a limited use for that land? For example, in the land claim article number 26, the categories under the IIBA process is spelled out. It doesn't state in there that if the parameters don't state anything about the planning, when you start to mention limited use for the purpose of the IIBA, that it might affect the potential of the PA. The IIBAs can be, when there's progress negotiated, that's the only way that a project can proceed. If there is no IIBA, that project cannot proceed. That's spelled out in the land claim. Hopefully, my question is, what will the limited use category title have effect on those lands? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rosanne Durazio with QIA. So I just want to make sure I understand the question. I think there's two different parts to it. So there's a question from Johnny Mike about the IIBAs that I believe was slightly outside of the scope of what we were talking about right now. And the IIBAs needing to be negotiated for projects on Inuit-owned land. But you also mentioned limited use. And in our presentation, we talked about IIBAs needing to be negotiated for limited use designations in the land use plan that land on Inuit-owned land. And I just want to make sure if that's what your question is regarding, is I can provide a response to QIA's comments with respect to why we believe IIBA should be required for those limited use designations.
Can you clarify more, please, for the IIBA that is mentioned? Perhaps we do not use the abbreviation and use the Inuit Impact Benefits Agreement, so that we're not trying to figure out the acronyms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pakwasa, City of Iqaluit City Councilor.
as a limited use for certain land, that it would affect your Inuit Impact Benefits Agreement. Maybe I didn't quite understand what you were saying, but that's the question. How can it affect Inuit Impact Benefits Agreements on any limited use areas when in fact under the Nunavut Article 26 it states very clearly that any major developments cannot happen without IIBA, and you can only negotiate IIBA if there is a major development happening.
Kuyanami, thank you very much for that clarification. So this is an issue that was brought up jointly by NTI. Oh, sorry, I'll start over. Roseanne Durazio with QIA. So this was an issue that was brought up jointly by NTI and the 3 RIAs with the issue regarding the need to follow the process outlined in the Nunavut Agreement for negotiating Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements for the creation of protected areas. So you mentioned IIBAs as a requirement for development. IIBAs are also required in the case of creating a protected area under a legislated process. So what QIA, and I'll let NTI get into this more in their presentation, but by putting a limited use designation, which at times covers Inuit-owned land, that provides restrictions equivalent to those of a protected area, it's circumventing a process that currently exists for negotiating Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements for the creation of protected areas. So we're saying that by creating a limited use designation in these areas, it's not allowing for that process as outlined in the Nunavut Agreement.
Thank you. More?
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, City Councilor Iqaluit. I kind of understand, but I also quite don't understand. I kind of wanted to move on to another subject on the Inuit-owned lands that were selected by communities. I recall going to communities under negotiations for land claims agreement and for land selections. It was all the communities that knew which lands they wanted to select. And under that condition, the lands that the Commission have conditions have limited use for the communities that selected those lands for protection. Most of them were for that reason. When you have the category of limited use, it seems to be from the top down, not from the community side, and you claim to represent communities and that you don't follow what the communities want, so that is a disconnect about Inuit-owned lands that were selected for protection, and they have different issues related to land selection. Have you asked the communities on those Inuit-owned lands whether they should be in this category? Have you asked what the Inuit thought in the communities before coming here to the Planning Commission hearings? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Please proceed, answer. Thank you. Levi Barnabas from QIA, Kikakani Inuit Association. Under the land claim, we have been designated to handle Inuit-owned lands in the region. When considering any work on selected Inuit-owned lands that we represent the Inuit, we consult the communities within the parameters within my own issues related a number of years that we live in different times now, so we have to review and update whether communities understand and whether we understand the issue properly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Ben? Ben Kowik, Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association, Iqaluit. My question seemed to have faded. My cousin was stating that he started laughing, but I'll proceed. We have reindeer. I would like the one pawing out. He's the one that was chasing caribou when his Santa Claus outfit. He's the only one we need to blame for all this caribou problems. Just thank you to QIA for your presentation and comments. And part of what Paul Kwasa was mentioning, I was thinking that we seem to be hearing some of this stuff for the first time. And when we claim they don't own us, that we own them, I didn't hear too much outside of caribou issues related to wildlife, whether the communities that are far from the caribou herds or that go through their tags, whether other wildlife options that they hunt. For QIA didn't seem to state too much that we need to protect. For me, I think the seal is probably needs the greatest protection. Those that don't have much caribou near their communities eat a lot of seal meat, seal products. I want the QIA to push the issue of conservation on behalf of the Inuit, that they represent, that in the planning process and in the hearings that we see issues related to seal habitat protection. Us, as hunters and trappers associations, organizations, have spoke to many issues and have been consulted numerous times on many subjects. And the representation that we provide, we have to be given information ahead of time and to be given thought to the questions or issues at hand. And I wonder whether through the land use plan that they'll be included between Sanagayak and Iqaluit. They were told not to mark too much land. And we too were told not to select too much. Don't limit the economic opportunity. And whether you have heard this message and whether outside of the caribou, whether seal protection should be included and seal ships, sonar sounds, various aspects of the ocean. So that was mainly my question. And perhaps if you don't answer me right away, you can answer to Amarok through a letter, written format. I know there's a lot of discussions going on, and we're in a rush. January 10 is coming. We will get a slim chance to review when we get back home and less opportunity to include things by January 10. If we don't see each other, the issues that might be written, we are seeing the process here, what people are thinking, and that QIA they claim that it was theirs, the use of the wording for the Inuit that they represent, not as the QIA, but I don't want to point my fingers too much, but to see and hear the presentation, you can't keep up fast enough to hearing the information, especially when you're trying to read in English. So that's the way it is. I don't want to go on too long, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Levi? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Amarok, for your question. Levi Barnabas, Kikirtani Inuit Association. I know we're limited time, but relating sea mammals, the Kikirtani Inuit Association, Wildlife Department, we are working with them before the January 10th date and the other related issues. But right now I could say that Lancaster Sound has been progressing. We have a Nauchiktuktit community monitoring program that related to Inuit research, and the watchers that we've created, and if we can model that and use it in communities, that Inuit can monitor, they sample wildlife that is captured and other related research issues about the animals and the climate. I mentioned that. QIA have sought agreements on with NTI related to issues about wildlife management, not just caribou, that will support the different delineation of animals, and QIA will work towards the work and concerns related to sea mammals as well. Thank you at our next meeting. Thank you. Gitalu. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Iqaluit, Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association Elder. I have a question. I'm sure others do too. I asked for the Inuit outside of this room that aren't here 2 questions. I understood finance regarding caribou. I will ask as elders that aren't capable to get a tag. We haven't caught a caribou in like 7 years. I'm asking, from the way I understood it, in Pond Inlet to Clyde River, the high Baffin, North Baffin area. I'm asking the person who this IIBA is, the elders, have they been thought about that haven't caught a caribou in a long time? And whether we can get funding to support our children, grandchildren that come through airplane, airfare, hire the hunter. I'm thinking modern day situation, but I'm worried myself that January 10, and it seems that I need to gather a lot more information from the community, but we don't have time anymore. Whether we can expect a request for extension on the date and the issue related to sea mammals, that we are having a harder time catching seals around here. The ice takes a long time to form in the fall. If you're going to go, you cannot go down 30 miles. We can go on new ice, but once it breaks off, then we can't access that ice again and have to go on the land. We're having more difficulty accessing hunting sites around Iqaluit. We have a lot of rock and mountains, hard to make trails to the left and onto the land towards Pangnaktuk north. It becoming a concern from Iqaluit that we need access through the land if we're going to access the ocean. And the landmass ice is disappearing. I'm kind of wondering on my question for the lack of understanding and not quite understanding the context of some of the issues we can ask and some of the issues we can't ask. And so I'm asking that those listening and those watching, what kind of response are we going to get? Perhaps I'll be told that's an operational question and they won't be allowed to answer it. So I'm trying to be wary of that. Thank you.
Levi Barnabas, QIA. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Iqaluit, for the question. Caribou problem situation, quota system. And this has been learning process. It has affected many people in Baffin Island. A lot of harvesters in Baffin Islands are affected. And it's also inconvenient to the communities when quota system is put up. We need to revisit what your question is. It's quite true. Your concerns are well-meaning. We have to find a solution to the problems that we are interchanging. We keep everything in mind. We try to listen to elders, although some claim to be elders. Many people depend on these elders for country food source. And this cannot be ongoing. The traditional food is changing from caribou to mammals. Chair, if you will allow me to answer this short question.
Roseanne Durazio with QA. Thank you very much for that question. I just wanted to add that QA has been working with the Iqaluit Wildlife Board to develop caribou protection measures, and as is actually on that slide that's up there, one of the priorities was to protect the habitat and protect caribou habitat. So that's one thing that we are focusing on within the land use planning. The scope of this land use plan is to make sure that there's enough habitat protected so that caribou can increase their numbers again. And in similar respect, we are also working with the Iqaluit Wildlife Board to do to present similar submissions to the Planning Commission with respect to marine mammals and marine wildlife. And we are currently still working on this. We've been working on the caribou protection measures for many months, and it will probably take us more time to work on to develop submissions, to the Planning Commission on protection of marine mammals and sensitive areas in the marine areas. So it would be helpful to have a bit of additional time to be able to do that, but that is what we are hoping to bring forward to the Planning Commission as well for marine areas. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you for your answer. But I truly don't take your question. For those of us who are harvesters, the area is ours. We don't have the same environmental concerns of who are those who are not Inuit. So you have mentioned that you have these concerns in your agenda. Inuit knowledge have to be utilized by your organization. And it's impossible for us, if we could hand these problems over to people who have authority over us. As you mentioned, that's true. And back in 1965, we have been waiting for what is really happening with Inuit knowledge and who can do work on Inuit knowledge. What are we now? And we have been, it appears to be put aside when the knowledge and wildlife is required. I'd like to pass this on to you, QIA. Ang Makywak na Chilik, we know this area very well. And there are many areas, a lot of ways to get to this area. A lot of aircraft have to flow into that place. And as Inuit, and has been really controlled by Inuit on Inuit concerns, Inuit conditions in Inuit land. And I think we need to change this. This is not the past anymore. And we have to be able to help ourselves. And if an exploration was to come by, say, any company, and even if it's 1% of the land being used for proponents to work around this area that I have mentioned. We have Nuluyak, Mary River, and the percentage of IIBA is not enough. And suppose the mine was to shut down, who will do the cleanup of the close mine? It's impossible for the damage. There won't be enough money to pay Inuit benefits because of the mess that has been created by this company. I don't think it's my place to criticize, but this is a planning process meeting, so we are discussing what we like to do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Iqaluit. Thank you for your question. Levi Barnabas, QIA. As QIA is pretty well aware, when it's not in written agreement, sometimes it's very hard to follow, and many people do not trust verbal agreements anymore. As a group of bodies and a body, many problems have emerged on agreements. We had problem in Iqaluit, and we are now hearing concerns. All the concerns are being recorded. We kept record of what concerns we hear, and we try to act on what was needed as concern. Some are written in stone, some are not. We try not to deviate from our organizational concerns. we not only listen to elders, we have many interested parties who have concern with how we work. I'm not trying to have more knowledge than you do, but we try to work to the best of our public in Iqaluit. Thank you. Natalino. Thank you, Pilatok, Iqaluit HTO. I think I've heard QIA have a wildlife department, and they are pretty much aware of the wildlife situation in this region. I just want a clarification. For those of us who are in high Arctic, the HTO organizations, sometimes even at monthly basis we meet with this mining company. And high Arctic HTOs and their concerns towards this mine has affected Inuit employees at the mine, and when we have concerns about this as a body, HTO, the mine keeps telling us, even though we have concerns as Northern Baffin organization, the mine officials keeps telling us that QIA is your spokesman. We have to check with them what their thoughts are on our concerns. Although we are members to your organizations, and you should be able to speak and on our behalf. And they come directly with high Arctic concerns to you directly, not to HTOs up there. And after each meeting, our concerns are never met. So high Arctic HTOs have not been able to communicate with QIA, and sometimes communication is the worst at the best of times. And we are just now hearing from your organization that you are on different page altogether. Thank you. We are not concerned with Mary River project. Please stick to the point why this meeting is Levi Barnabas. We try to represent every community on every aspect, even when it comes to concerns of the mine and community concerns. And sometimes communicating is very hard to be had, and because of this, sometimes our projects are not passed on to the communities. And sometimes we discuss important issues at our annual general meetings. Our employees are diligent to do their work. I fail to see where the misunderstanding in the communication came from. We try our best to pass on information either through CBC and other means of media. No more questions from the table. Nunavik, do you have a question to the presentation? Appears none. Registered participants. Thank you, Chair. Amawak. I just want to clarify. This is Land Claims Agreement booklet. It has been approved and negotiated with federal government. It's passed, and this is why you're here. I just want to clarify. And for those of you who are in planning process and under Nunavut agreements, this is how you work. Inuit needs have to be met. Your concerns will be heard. We cannot deviate from this agreement. It's firm. And lastly, you said we could do a written submission before the deadline. I just want to say to Amawat, membership is around 5,000. And we will pass on the information that needs to be passed on, what our concerns are on to Nunavut land use process. You as a Nunavut beneficiary, and we will, based on our concerns on Article 5 and Article 7, for those of us who are HTO organizations, their harvesting rights are a right. Inuit-owned lands outside of Iqaluit all have to be included. Amao membership has stated on limited use and other categories related to the land. And we as a membership to Amao in Iqaluit, let's not forget this is signed agreement. And you are working under this agreement on land use process. We cannot deviate, and the agreement between federal government and Inuit have to be adhered to. Thank you, Chair. I'll take that as general comment. Thank you. Any other questions from registered questions? Thank you, Iqaluit residents. I have a question to QIA. You have mentioned that you will ask and keep the communities informed on Inuit-owned land. And it appears that you are running out of time. January 10 deadline is just around. So, information, it will be hard to come by from QIA. going back to the question which we are not discussing, bird sanctuaries, walrus hollows, waterfowl sanctuaries, and there was also mentioned, and every day we need to harvest seals and fish. And I want to know where KIA stands on concerns that I have mentioned just a while ago, say seals, mammals, and how will you do your work before January 10 deadline? Thank you. We just want to notify we have compiled information. We have listened to Inuit Kauimaya once we complete and put the information together, we will make submission what community concerns are on sanctuaries where you have mentioned, such as Walrus Hollow. We will work in relations to Inuit Kauimaya. We know we're out of time, and we will do our best to accomplish to the need of the communities, and we have a department working on Inuit Kauimaya, and we will utilize that department to do our work. Any questions from the public? Thank you, Chair. Mika Mike, Iqaluit residents, Pangnaktu born. I have a question, and I needed to have a clarification answer on Inuit-owned land parcels, and why is it difficult for QIA to identify and clearly give information on these parcels. And I have asked questions in the past that was discussed in South Baffin, caribou migration herds. And if you will include these important caribou migration areas on South Baffin. Amaok, when they were doing the mapping process, I did not participate in it. I have discussed this with elders and asked their opinion. For instance, my grandfather used to tell me where the migration routes on, and on the other note, we have a land claims agreement. It goes back to many, many years, say to 1,000 years. And we'll keep this going even to 5 generations from present. We have to keep in mind what our elders have taught us, and many wildlife organizations has said they have concern with wildlife. So why is it difficult working with QIA to properly identify Inuit-owned land parcels? And this is the topic. Too much of that is going on with organizations. We have worked in South Baffin area. Many of us volunteered to assist in land use designation. And many who are doing the work for us are just up here working. They have no firm roots. And we are being given directions with how we should live and work with caribou, with people who are directing us with no firm roots up here. We try to discuss this. And Iqaluit HTO has very good land designation with Inuit-owned land. And many areas have been designated as crown land where companies would be most helpful to them, and you get tired of seeing this. I'd like to understand why QIA has been reluctant to work with this region, with Inuit-owned lands. Levi Barnabas, QIA have worked with other organizations that they represent, not only with HTOs, with other groups as well. And we know what the concerns are of this region. For us to work with organizations and the communities. And we try to listen to the communities in this region. So I'll just stop there. Okay.
Roseanne Durazio with QIA. I just wanted to add very quickly that QIA has done a lot of work with communities to collect Inuit Kayimaitikangit, but also to understand the reasons why Inuit-owned land parcels were collected. And we do have information as to why the Inuit-owned land was chosen from each community. The position that we've taken in this presentation with the land use plan is because we want to maintain those rights with Inuit in the communities to make those decisions. And we want the governance structures that exist currently to maintain and to be used consistently in making those decisions. And that's why we have said that the Inuit-owned lands should be dealt with uniquely within this land use plan. So we do understand why the IOL parcels were initially chosen, but we want to maintain that flexibility and the right that Inuit have to make the decisions on them.
Thank you. Any more questions from the public? Adi? Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I'll state this in English. Make a mic.
That's the question. That was not answered. Kuyanami.
Roseanne Durazio with QIA. Once again, this is a position that NTI and the 3 regional Inuit associations have put a joint submission to the Land Use Planning Commission, the Nunavut Planning Commission on. So we will be discussing, there will be opportunities to discuss this again in these hearings. But to provide a response, the Inuit-owned land will remain within the plan. What we are proposing is that the right for Inuit to make decisions on that land remain. that's the difference and the uniqueness that we are requesting remain within Inuit-owned lands.
Thank you. Last question, Mika. Last question.
Kalunayan namin yung Mika Mike, Kalunit. When Iqaluit Inuit governance decided to pursue to get negotiators for Nunavut agreement, they had requested that Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Chrétien to prove that they are committed to Inuit. So Iqaluit requested 5 amendments to the Corporate Act to include Tungavik. They also included IIBA and implementation, amongst archaeology and Inuit Heritage Trust. Those were 5 based on the Inuit implementation responsibilities from 1890s. So those people who implemented responsibilities that the elders governance or the Inuit governance created each year or each time they met was for people, Inuit people, to implement. It didn't matter if you were a hunter or taking on Niue. So those who implemented more than 2 things out of 5 implementation responsibilities and duties had a choice to make an implementation duty, but also gain benefits like Umiapak, Tukutukutu, Balu. One being Tuluwak, his name was Tuluwak, but he implemented 4 things in his short time. Usually 1 was implemented back then. So he gained land, much similar to my great-grandfather Vivi, that I inherited. That's my Inuit right. Yet those are not included in these plans. The Mining Act was also amended by Iqaluit before the negotiations, but Inuit governance had already begun that negotiation. So where do I go? Because I've been trying to do this with QIA so many times. Where's my inherent right of those land that belong to Vivi, given to me when I was 3 years old? Multiple times I've attempted to meet with presidents. How is that going to fit into respecting other implementation duties created? The land claim is not it doesn't cut off those people, but it's created that way, or tried to be implemented that way. It's though us Inuit have less Inuit right. I would like an answer, and I know at the time the Iqaluit amended the Mining Act of Canada for staking, they put in Stonehenge and cairns in there. It was only stakes before. To recognize those areas, not only of jurisdiction, but also it become private ownership. But Iqaluit also created BRIA to follow through those, implement those. That have to be defined more and respected more. Kuyan na may.
Somewhere. I will ask one more time if there's a question from NPC staff. Jonathan, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I'd like to follow up on some of the discussion on Inuit-owned lands again. Throughout this 15-year planning process, and again here this week, commissioners heard from community members on the importance of Netling Lake, for example. And we again heard from representatives from Pangnutung, Kingate, and Iqaluit that this area was an important area and that they supported a limited use designation for the area. In the Kikitani Inuit Association's June 2022 written submission, you've identified that, quote, all Inuit-owned lands that overlap the Netling Lake community area of interest have been designated by QIA and Inuit communities as open to development on a case-by-case basis. This seems to be at odds with what the Commission has heard in its planning process, and including here this week. In addition, you identify that Inuit-owned land parcels within the Senarayak community areas of interest are also open to development on a case-by-case basis, and we heard here again this week that they continue to support limited use designations for these areas. I'd be curious when the Kikitani Inuit Association determined that these particular Inuit-owned land parcels should be open to development on a case-by-case basis, and whether the Kikitani Inuit Association conducts active and ongoing assessments of these requirements, and whether the feedback heard during the Commission's planning process factors into Kikitani Inuit Association's determinations regarding Inuit-owned land parcels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roseanne Durazio with the Kikitani Inuit Association. Thank you, Jonathan, for that question. The way that we are describing in our submission is the request for communities to maintain the right through the governance process that exists currently to determine and make decisions as to what happens on Inuit-owned land or not is consistent with the position that we've put forward, in that we would want that decision-making role to remain within Inuit for Inuit-owned land. QIA has in the past gone into communities and talked and held consultations about the original intent for choosing Inuit-owned land and the current use of certain Inuit-owned land parcels. We don't necessarily use the terms opened or closed because we want to maintain that case-by-case basis. So I would say the position that we've put forward to the Planning Commission is to maintain the case-by-case basis for Inuit and communities to make those decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for your response. So just to clarify, regardless of the discussions through the planning process and the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to conduct planning activities on Inuit-owned lands, the Kikitani Inuit Association would like to retain the ability to review all projects on a case-by-case basis, regardless of what concerns may have been noted by communities and what other priorities may exist on those lands. Correct?
Sandarazio with the Kikitani Inuit Association. Once again, the position that has been put forward by NTI and the 3 RIAs in our joint submission discusses this topic that we are talking about in the Inuit-owned lands currently. But yes, the desire is for the decisions to be taken by communities and Inuit in communities on Inuit-owned land.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again for your response. I'd like to switch to the subject again of Inuit impact and benefit agreements, following up on some of the questions that Paul had asked earlier. I refer to slide 15 of your presentation. Under point 2 on that slide, you indicate that the Planning Commission must also ensure that limited use designations do not apply to areas subject to future Inuit impact and benefit agreement negotiation. And then you include e.g. or for example, future parks or Class 1 key migratory bird habitat sites. Could you please clarify whether that list is exhaustive or whether this recommendation would also apply, for example, to caribou habitat or community areas of interest? So basically, is that recommendation specific to these 2 categories of areas or not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandarazio with the Kikitani Inuit Association. I'm not going to say that the list is exhaustive because there may be other things that trigger future IIBAs, but the point is they're subject, if there are areas subject to future IIBAs, that the limited use designations do not conflict with those potential areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification that it may not be exhaustive, but the examples of caribou habitat or community areas of interest, does QIA expect that Inuit impact and benefit agreements would need to be negotiated for those 2 categories of designation?
Sandarazio, Kikitani Inuit Association. As this is something that's been brought up by NTI and the 3 RIAs, I'm going to allow that to be answered at a future time so that the response is consistent amongst all parties.
Thank you, Chair Amawok. Just want a clarification. It's not a question. Iqaluit, Pagnakto, Kingite are not the only ones who depends on sea mammals. Every community in this region is dependent on seal and other mammals as well for subsistence. And whereabouts who have a cabin near Netchilik area, and it was established quite a ways back. Just for your information of our utilization of land. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask. Just repeating the question which have not been answered even now. That Inuit-owned land has been discussed. And I have heard NTI, KIA are partly responsible on Inuit-owned lands allocation. These parcels are selected by the communities. They have wished to have these lands designated by them as well. Have you taken that authority to speak for each community on their behalf? Are you now a total authority on community land selections? Thank you.
Make sure that
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. QIA, before the COVID problem started, we had consultation with every community, and we are continuing this consultation in the future. We are not complete, we have not complete consultation on Baffin Island. We will consult with the communities, Paul, as you know, and other members from the community knows when land selection was taking place. And it has changed a bit from the original selection. And I think it was discussed in 2016 and even 2021. So we still have to consult with the communities. We were in the process of traveling, but have not yet started consultation process.
Thank you. John and Mike, Bangnichtok, Hunters and Trappers Association, and Fisheries. When you mentioned Natilik Lake, Bangnichtok, when we were starting, the area is heavily used by Bangnichtok Mute. We commercial fish in that area that is quite active from the community. There is a cabin at the fishing site that we use this for economic activity for Arctic char, as there's a large supply of Arctic char there. Not all of it has been explored. It's a large lake. When we start saying limited use and protection, the terms, then it changes in inuktitut, that you're aware. When we start hearing QIA mention issues related for the Commission's consideration, and as I stated earlier, I'm seeing these for the first time as they were presented. Bangnichtok Mute have done a lot of work in the Natilik area, and I just note that so that there's no confusion. For Bangnichtok, we do a lot of commercial fishing in the ocean and in the lakes, and Natilik is part of that fisheries. Thank you. I have no more names. Thank you to QIA. We will take a break. Sharon wants to comment.
Thank you. Simone? Standing at the back, we just want to recognize it's his birthday today, so everybody say happy birthday.
As with all presenters, state your name and your organization. We are recording proceedings, and to shut off the ringers on your cell phones, silent mode. You can start when you're ready. I think you can hear us. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm James Iqaluit, Iqaluit Wildlife Board Chairman. I have two of my employees here with me. Thank you all for the opportunity to take part. I have been the chairman, but I'm more like the slave of the organization, but I enjoy the work and the mandate that were given to manage wildlife in the region. We rely on the Hunters and Trappers Association, and you guys, I'm sure, like my hat from Montreal. We were told to smile. We have delegates from Northern. When they're claimed to be Aliasuk, it means they're scared and not happy. Mike will do most of our presentation. We'll pass it on. You may proceed when you're ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, James.
chairpersons of 13 HTOs, or Hunters and Trappers organizations,
The QWB is responsible for issues affecting wildlife harvesting among Inuit among 2 or more of the 13 communities. Each HTO is responsible for addressing wildlife harvesting issues
Your phone is on, eh? Your volume is on your phone. It's always going on.
Is that for me? I don't think
Sorry.
I don't think my phone is on. Anyway, where was I? Okay. The QWB executive and staff collaborate closely with the boards of affected HTOs on specific issues. The QWB also assists individual HTOs on local issues at the request of the HTO. Other land uses may impact both wildlife populations and wildlife harvesting by Inuit. As a result, the QWB and the HTOs have responsibilities for land use planning, just as Inuit have had for millennia. Inuit and their ancestors have managed harvesting of wildlife and other land uses in the Iqaluit region for at least 3,500 years. Inuit Kaimaya Tunganit, related to wildlife and the environment, have been derived from active, sustainable wildlife harvesting by Inuit. Inuit systems of wildlife management recognized in Article 5 of the Nunavut Agreement and Inuit Kaimaya Tunganit are continuously updated 365 days a year in the communities across the region. In 1981 and 1982, the QIA harvest study found that wildlife harvesting employed 20% of the region's Inuit. From 1998 to 2001, the NWMB harvest study found that wildlife harvesting employed 24% of Inuit. This would be self-employment and both part-time and full-time employment. Inuit harvesting actually employed a greater proportion of the population, while the Inuit population increased by 68%. As the little graph table shows, the Inuit population in 1981 was about 7,000 Inuit. In 1999, it increased to just less than 12,000 Inuit. Wildlife harvesting, self-employment kept pace with that and actually grew a little bit faster. So it's an important source of employment in the region. In 1998 to 2001, Iqaluit Inuit obtained nutrition by harvesting at least 45 different species. In total, wildlife harvesting by Inuit provided at least 1.6 million kilograms of food each year, for an average of 139 kilograms per Inuk through self-employment. And that in turn yielded about 380 grams of meat daily to every Inuk in the region on average. And the Canada Food Guide recommends only 225 grams of meat to the average Canadian. So Inuit, or wildlife harvesting by Inuit in this region, is very nutritious and very productive, and also a very adaptive to increasing populations of Inuit. Now, economic studies of indigenous harvesting usually assess the replacement cost of food. But there's also values provided through other resources such as skins, eider down, ivory, and sport hunts. We have not included those latter items in this review that we're providing. From 1998 to 2001, the QWB has estimated that the annual replacement cost of food alone in this region for Inuit was $59 million annually. That is the value of this activity or land use. Inuit harvesting by Inuit has been the most valuable, adaptive, and sustainable land use in the Iqaluit region probably for at least 3,500 years. Through the Nunavut Agreement, the QWB and the HTOs have been specifically mandated to manage wildlife harvesting by Inuit. The QWB requests that the Nunavut Planning Commission formally recognize wildlife harvesting by Inuit as the most sustainable form of economic development and land use in Iqaluit region. The QWB and HDOs conducted land use planning workshops in all 13 communities during 2017 and 18. In 2018, the QWB and HTOs submitted 43 written submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission, which has also already been mentioned. Some aspects of the submissions were included in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, but important aspects are completely absent and some are inadequately reflected in the current draft plan. The complex responses of wildlife population to disturbance are well known among Inuit through IQ, while science provides only limited insights. During the 2017-18 workshops, HTO boards were asked if and where temporary land use restrictions could protect the main wildlife areas of concern. All of the HTOs independently responded that if a major new development occurred, it is highly unlikely that the affected wildlife would return to any given seriously disturbed area in future. Prohibitions requested in each submission were clear and carefully considered by the HTOs and the QWBs. The QWB is deeply concerned that the nutritional, employment, and economic values of wildlife harvesting by Inuit have not adequately guided decision-making in development of the 2021 draft land use plan. The final land use plan should carefully consider wildlife harvesting by Inuit as the most valued and actively sustainable land use, which it actually is. Recognizing and valuing wildlife harvesting by Inuit is needed for the well-being of Iqaluit residents and communities. Reflecting back to a statement several statements by the communities, we'll be in trouble if Inuit or wildlife harvesting by Inuit is not protected. Inuit society and values will adapt and evolve in the future, but it is unknown exactly how and when those changes may or may not occur. The QWB recommends the Nunavut Planning Commission implements protections for wildlife harvesting by Inuit that are being advanced by the HTOs and the QWB, and to periodically revise the plan every 10 years in line with any changing Inuit values. We are beginning to work very cooperatively with the QIA, and we thank the QIA for acknowledging that and discussing it. So I will not go into those descriptions of the joint work we're doing. And since the draft land use plan is a draft land use plan, I would suggest that there should be an entire chapter in the plan devoted to the wildlife harvesting by Inuit. It is a land use. It is extremely valuable. It employs people at their own expense, and it provides a large amount of nutrition for Inuit in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there more? Yep. Thank you. Sorry. Proceed. I'm a bit late there, sorry. My name is Kurula Pichula. I work for the board of the QWB. I am the executive director of the organization. We talk about going linear, but it's not always linear. We're glad to be here with other organizations here, concerns and things that we want to see that you have provided the context for what we're trying to do for the future, or the Kikiktan Inuit Association, that we are cooperatively working with them on issues currently active. Many difficult issues arise and over that time, and COVID was part of that struggle. The HTOs in the communities are struggling to function. We as an organization as well, the funding we always feel is inadequate to do the things we need to do within the land claims agreement, and the work that we have to do in wildlife management, that the funds don't follow the amount of work required. And many employees of the HTO were constantly losing and having to hire managers for the association. I just state that not to complain, but to explain the context of where the hunters associations are functioning. We are here during the hearings. It will affect Nunavut and will be a resource that we will rely on. For I won't go into too much detail in the work that we do to manage wildlife. We want protection for wildlife. I want to say we're cooperatively working on the best practices that we can come up with, that we have good expectations. In conclusion, we have a limited time because we're almost into December. Christmas is coming and the holiday season will be upon us. And then trying to get the gears going in January will be a struggle. It seems like the deadline is tomorrow. And the commission and the commissioners, if you have any leeway to extend it by a month, that it would go a long ways to give you what you need in thinking about some of the decisions and the things we're hearing from the federal government this week. If you can request to the federal government to extend the deadline. That I wanted to be brief. Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the members of the panel for their presentation today. I have a few points of clarification. The first, in your presentation you mentioned the $59 million annual value of harvesting. Could you confirm when that number was calculated and if it is reflective of current 2022 values with inflation and things changing regularly? I'm just curious when that was estimated. Thank you.
Thank you. You may.
Thank you for
Mr.
the
Chairman.
question. I'm Mike Ferguson with the Iqaluit Wildlife Board. The volume of wildlife meat produced was determined from the 1998 to 2000 period of the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board's harvest study. The edible weight of animals was found from various published records, and I found there was a sophisticated economic modeling produced for the Beverly Common Nurjawak Caribou Board some years ago, and they estimated that 50% of a caribou is high-grade meat and 50% of a caribou is low-grade meat. The equivalent, they made that relationship to ground beef versus steak. So I searched advertised prices at North Mart for ground beef and steak and found retail prices advertised by them from October 2022 and June 2022. So the dollar value is estimated from this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, proceed.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for that clarification, Mike. We're aware of the ongoing collaborative work that the Iqaluit Wildlife Board is doing with the Kikitani Inuit Association, and understands that there may be upcoming discussions taking place to prepare submissions for this planning process. I'm wondering if the Iqaluit Wildlife Board would be open to having Nunavut Planning Commission staff attend any future meetings in order to participate in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get a response.
Yeah, when I make sure
Yes. We're totally open. If you want to join us, we're open and available. We want to cooperate with you and with the QIA, Kikirtani Inuit Association, that they are recognized as an agency that we have to work with. Our mandate comes from Article 5 on wildlife management. Issues outside of that, we have to go with the Inuit Association. That's understandable. Thank you. Thank you. State your name and organization, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the response and openness to working together on this. My final question is in regards to the balance within the land use plan between conservation or restrictions on land use activities and supports for economic development opportunities. In your submission, you noted that the current draft land use plan has included many of the areas identified by the Iqaluit Wildlife Board, but does not include many others, and expressed some concern about this. I'm just wondering if you can provide any suggestions on how the Nunavut Planning Commission can reconcile the different perspectives that it's hearing, in particular calls from organizations like yourselves to increase the amount of limited use areas and other measures in the Nunavut land use plan compared with other organizations, notably the government of Nunavut, for example, that finds the current level of restrictions being proposed in the draft plan to be unacceptable. And we've also heard significant concerns from Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and all of the regional Inuit associations on the level of restriction placed on Inuit-owned lands. So we do see that there are differences of opinions, and wondering if you have any recommendations on how to proceed to achieve this balance that we're all seeking. Thank you.
You may proceed, Nick.
Mike Ferguson, QWB. On the first part of your question regarding governments, it was actually their response to some questioning at the North Baffin hearings which led to the analysis that we've engaged in the last 2 weeks or so since that hearing. Most of the response that we heard from the government of Nunavut was about economics and about employment, although we didn't hear many specifics. So we engaged in a common practice of replacement cost analysis for Indigenous harvesting to put a value on it, and that generated the $59 million a year back some years ago. Demand would have increased, so my expectation is that the current demand and the current value is higher than $59 million a year. And then the question of employment, even though the population of Inuit almost doubled from the early 80s to the late 1990s, the proportion of Inuit who were involved in wildlife harvesting kept pace or actually outpaced the growth. So we believe until given evidence to the contrary, that wildlife harvesting by Inuit can keep pace with a growing population. It seems to be evident. So a reliance on other industries which may have, these numbers are entirely Inuit employed. It is Inuit that are producing food for Inuit, and they're largely paying the cost to produce that food. Whereas other industries may have a lower proportion. It won't be 100% Inuit employment that there is in wildlife harvesting by Inuit. So there's a difference there. And also, if Inuit harvesting can keep pace, we haven't seen the evidence that mining will keep pace with the Inuit harvesting, or the Inuit population growth. In terms of different points of view from Inuit organizations, we are aware that that can be an issue, especially for a group like the Nunavut Planning Commission, and that's why we're now actively engaged with the QIA. So hopefully, if the QWB, the HDOs, and the QIA can resolve those apparent, maybe those conflicts really don't exist at all. If we can resolve this and come up with joint positions, then it should make NPC's job easier. We're just starting down that. It will be very hard for us to go through all of the steps by January 10th. But we are trying.
Thank you. From the table, communities, Ben? Chairman Ben Kobek Amarok HTO Iqaluit. NW, QWB, and QIA working together. That's good. Those of us from the communities, we encourage you to work hard together. I want to ask the QWB whether the Hunters and Trappers Association to go back a bit. The different organizations that are not wildlife organizations that submit their own written proposals. I know you speak about the HTOs that you support, but I want to understand better as Hunters and Trappers Association whether the QWB, have you seen the maps that we worked with the commission, whether you have seen these maps? I seem to sense that you've never seen them. That's my question. That when we're trying to cooperate with the commission and to submit positions, and we're putting ourselves through a difficult time, and we're working on our own. QWB and QA will be working together, and we're left on the outside. The chairman, James, to consider the Hunters and Trappers Association in the complicated process, and when representatives come from the communities representing wildlife management, I wouldn't want to see right by the deadline that we don't have any maps that we had presented. We only see the marked maps, the calving grounds, the water crossings, the routes. I still haven't heard here, maybe they don't believe me, with the QWB. I want your support to materialize the maps. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Perhaps a response?
Couldn't be Ben. I'll try and. Maminak. Mike Ferguson of. Thank you, Ben, for your question. It was passed to me. If you're referring to maps produced by NPC over the years, we became more actively engaged in land use planning after the March 17, 2017 hearing in Iqaluit, and several communities from the region, HTOs, asked, or actually not several, but all of the, we canvassed all of the HTOs, and they asked for us to assist them in writing final submissions. So that's why we had the workshops in every community, and every community provided us with their maps in 2017-18, and that produced the 43 written submissions. If any HTO has produced further maps since 2018, we would like to have copies of those so that we can incorporate them into our final submission. And we can do that joint with the HTOs or independently. So we invite you to send us any more recent maps that would be very eager to receive them. And our other plan is to review as a whole at the AGM, which is scheduled for December 9 to, no, that's the caribou. Our AGM, in which all of the HTOs would be represented, is scheduled for December 5 to 8, and then on December 9 and 10 we'll have a special session with QIA on caribou issues. So we're going to review everything during the AGM and the caribou session with all of the HTO chairs hopefully present. So you can bring forward everything from all of the communities at that time. But we'd like to have the maps and any other substantive things in advance of those two meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon will make addition to the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. Just for clarity on the record, the Commission does have the maps from the Iqaluit HTO, and they are in evidence. We have received them, and any further work that they want to do with those maps, the Commission will also take them in and for consideration with the submissions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ben?
Submission kind of thing, that Yes, it's in the hand of NPC, the maps we did. It's not just Iqaluit, it's other communities also probably in their hand. But if you want Pacific community, the latest version of our mapping project for this particular planning commission hearing, they have the maps, the latest ones. So you can work with us or any HTO to request the map for that particular community. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul? Thank you, Chair Paul Koisa, City of Iqaluit Councillor. I will speak in English.
Come around as they did to the area where the major development is. I just wanted to get a clarification. Is that what you had said? And
I'll make further comment after.
Yes, that's approximately what I said, but I can clarify more if you, because the response of wildlife to disturbance is very complicated, and what I said was a very, to stick into a very brief presentation didn't cover all of the nuances about wildlife and the responses to disturbance. So we could get into more detail about that if you wish. Mike Ferguson, Maminuk again.
Thank you, Chair Paul Koisa, City of Iqaluit. And I will respond
just on
in
that
English.
Point, if we look at other developments taking place in Nunavut, for example, in Baker Lake, Kamanituak, we do see a lot of caribous roaming around when development is taking place. Even outside of Melodine River, outside of Rankin Inlet, you see caribous migrating nearby. In fact, all those developers in the Kivadlag area do have obligations as to what they have to do when caribous are crossing near their development area. So I didn't quite understand what you meant by that, because if we look at the existing major developments taking place in Nunavut, we do see caribous roaming around that area. And I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but I just wanted to make that point, that in fact major developments, not just in Kivadlag, but Qitilmayut, and everywhere else in the circumpolar world, you see wildlife returning to the area that they've always been, even if there's a major development taking place. I just wanted to make that point, and maybe Mike Ferguson can elaborate a little bit more on that, how they came to that conclusion, because we haven't seen that yet in our area. I just also wanted to make a few points here, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, that it seems, having sat here since Monday and listening to various organizations that are making their submissions, such as yourself, it seems that we're hearing organizations just seems like they're just starting. And in fact, this process has been going on for 20 years. You know, every time there's a hearing, everybody seems to be just starting. And this whole work could have been done way back. And I think, you know, and I'm saying this because since we've been sitting here, the community's been commenting that, you know, we can't wait any longer for a Nunavut land use plan. Everybody's looking for certainty. And I think that's what the communities, and certainly myself as a community, that's what I'm looking for. We cannot wait forever. But, and that's one point that I wanted to make. Just going back on the first point that I made, how did you come to that conclusion?
Thank you.
Mike Ferguson, QWB. Your comparison with caribou responses to disturbance in other areas may not be entirely applicable in this region at this time. However, in the early 1980s, caribou were living in downtown Iqaluit. In the early 1990s, caribou were living in downtown Metmatilik. In the late mid-1990s, caribou were living in downtown Iqaluit. There was issues in Iqaluit about sewage trucks colliding with reindeer or with caribou. So Inuit elders have explained that difference or that sort of situation with the current situation by explaining that when caribou are in large abundance, they go wherever they please. They are very hard to disturb. However, the current caribou population on Baffin Island and in the high Arctic has been through a long period of decline, very significant decline in general. The population on Baffin Island is starting to recover, but it's going to probably be slow as it was in the past, in the 1950s and 60s. Elders teach us that when caribou are small in number and few in number, they are very sensitive to disturbance. They will not return to places where they are disturbed. And it is based the HGO's description of what may happen going forward happens to do with that context. Their understanding of how caribou respond to human disturbance and when at different times in their population cycle. And we're at a low part of the caribou population cycle on Baffin Island, and approximately, as mentioned earlier by Solomon, a 70 to 90 years population cycle. That's how I understand it. That's how I was taught by Inuit, and that's how I interpret and appreciate their information. I believe that the population of caribou in the Kivalliq, I don't know the numbers specifically, but they are much higher than is probably currently the case on Baffin Island. So I think that's why I suggest that the situation around Baker Lake may not be entirely comparable to what is happening on Baffin Island in the next 10 years. And the Nunavut Planning Commission has a 10-year revision schedule built into it. So in 10 years, the situation for caribou may be different. The opinions of Inuit may be different. The reliance on harvesting may be different. And therefore, the land use plan in this region could be changed. And the parameters of the land use plan in the Kivalliq, I would suggest, should probably fit the situation that is there, whereas the parameters for the Iqaluit plan should be to fit what is happening here. And that seems to be what the HTOs are asking for and what QIA is asking for. Kuyanami.
Thank you. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
QWF. You are here to make a presentation. Salamoni Abba. So I'll change hats for a while. Not away from the city to QIA. I would like to say to QWF, we met with QWF. It wasn't a comprehensive meeting. We spoke about the caribou population and some HTOs were also present. And you mentioned you will meet on December 10, 11, 12 AGM, and specifically the last 2 days to discuss caribou population. The mapping that you have, Mark, will be analyzed in detail. And as we work on the map together, QIA and QWF, the detailed map will be submitted to Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Chair. It's a general comment. Nunavik, question, please. We have more delegates coming in.
Salute regarding caribou atomy. A large population goes through Iqaluit, through the mountains, and some cross on to Nunavut. Do they cross over here? Thank you. You can respond. Thank you.
James
Qillaq, Iqaluit Wildlife Board Chairman. That is a good question. But we have seen in the Iqaluit caribou that have just been on the sea ice, and some that we've seen via plane, but to know exactly where they're going, I have no idea. Perhaps researchers might have seen or collared caribou. Mike, any data in this area?
We have the government of NWT and Nunavut had caribou collared on southern Baffin Island from 1987 to 1995. None of those collared caribou crossed to northern Quebec. I know based on work that I've seen, or the results of the work seen from Quebec biologists, I have seen no evidence from them that Quebec caribou have crossed over to Baffin Island. And one piece of information which I have been able to witness myself, luckily, comes from Inuit. elders. Generally speaking, Baffin Island caribou are recognized as by the fact that they have no eyelashes, whereas mainland caribou from the mainland of Nunavut are recognized for having eyelashes. I've only seen one caribou out of hundreds, thousands of caribou that I have handled with Inuit on Baffin Island. I've only seen one caribou with eyelashes on Baffin Island, and that happened to be a caribou that looked quite different than other caribou that I shot for my personal use near Pond Inlet back in the 1990s. So I've seen a caribou with eyelashes, out of only one out of thousands on Baffin Island. So I don't know if it'd be interesting to learn if Quebec caribou have eyelashes or not.
Thank you. Is that good? Questions? Thank you. Ay kababok ibuyibik. You count caribou. We count caribou in Nunavik and support each other and counting caribou. Thank you. Ibu Yibik, Paulusitak Yasuk. First, thank you for inviting us here. Kuichatak is my father, who was a real hunter. The caribou, I would like our caribou assess due to the rivers overflowing in the spring with very high current. The caribou get caught in the current, and those that were caught in the river were on the banks. They had no fur. They were water-soaked and drowned in the river. We need to assess situations that cause caribou to die off due to the extreme conditions for the wildlife that changes with the river systems that have died off due to some of the conditions that they experience. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to comment, I think that's probably outside of the scope of their hearings. I didn't get your name. I'm not aware of your name, so raise your hands until you get the microphone. Try to keep it focused to their presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Iqaluit, Elijah from Iqaluit. For the Qikiqtalik Wildlife Board regarding caribou research that they've done. We too assess our population, but on the island, the men standing doing a presentation, we also deal with outside of their jurisdiction in our home. When it comes to Inuit Karyamaya Tukangit, as stated, regarding caribou go up and down population and a boom and bust cycle, and it's been noted in the past that caribou will wane and disappear, and then they'll come back and be numerous again. They don't totally disappear, but it's more difficult to come up to those big numbers they used to have. This is Iqaluit. You probably have Iqaluit from the QWB or the Planning Commission that you are asking about Iqaluit and whether you are gathering information in this area for the future use on Inuit wildlife management. I'm asking. Thank you. Thank you. That's a good comment. It's understandable. And your question, I want to just note that we are here as a commission to listen. Iqaluit is equal, even though it might just be in the verbal presentation that we weigh the values on the presentations. It might seem just as a verbal presentation, but we equal it to Western science. We have a deadline of January 10th that we keep noting, that we keep Iqaluit equal to the Western science as stated in the land claims agreement in our deliberations, that we have to use that. And thank you. Are there any more questions from the Nunavik delegation? Iqaluit, just to clarify on what I said, the caribou coming and going in numbers, as our elders would say. The ones going through Iqaluit used to have a lot of caribou. The whole hillsides look like they used to be moving. Those finally came back to our community this spring. They came back in numbers and then they disappear. That perhaps they're going to the islands. That's why I was asking whether you're aware of caribou from Nunavik going to the islands. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps you might want to comment to the question. Proceed.
Thank you. I believe I answered that as best I could earlier. Based on past telemetry work, both from northern Quebec and from southern Baffin Island, I am not aware of any evidence of caribou moving between those, across Hudson Strait, between those two areas. That's the science side, and I have not heard from Inuit on Baffin Island of, we did a Inuit knowledge study looking at the Inuit knowledge of changes in abundance and distribution of caribou, which, because of the age of the elders, we were able to track that back from from about 1910 until 1993, and none of the elders reported evidence of caribou moving between Baffin Island and northern Quebec. So that's all I can say to it. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name.
Did it again. Mike Ferguson, Luonga.
Thank you. Hopefully you got your response. Questions? Seeing none. Proceed.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Archie Arnakak, Amarok, Hunters and Trappers, Iqaluit. Just to note, with QIA and the Iqaluit Wildlife Board, I want to note in our written submission that it will be included, and both have identified also with Amarok under the land claims agreement. Mike spelled it out related to activities around Iqaluit. Amarok is included as a Hunters and Trappers Association managing wildlife in this area. My comment in our presentation to the membership, if we want to create an outpost camp, Amarok HTO would be the only ones to approve. That is not the Iqaluit Wildlife Board. If an outpost camp is requested, Amarok has to, we're the only ones who can deal with this issue. That I want to note will be in our comments to you for the future if we want to request outpost camps. That was just what I wanted to note. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Another question from the floor. Shimuni Inukjuak from Quebec. When you're talking about caribou, I'm going to talk about caribou. I'm going to state we too talk about caribou. In northern Quebec, we have a wildlife organization. When we had no caribou, they've come back again. We value caribou, that we fear they're going to disappear as a concern. We have a lot of wolves, and they hunt a lot of caribou. If you don't control the wolves, although we have caribou, that the wolves are quite numerous right now and affecting the caribou population. They consume a lot of caribou. There's a lot of wolves, and we're competing for this food source. we thought to put a quota on wolves, but that we would put a quota for the protection of the caribou. We have been thinking about this for the wolf control in northern Quebec, consuming a lot of caribou. That when you talk, that you have to discuss wolves when you're talking about caribou management, and this too is brought up at meetings in northern Quebec. Thank you. Thank you as well. Hearing none from the Iqaluit general public. Questions to the presentation? Seeing none, thank you. Let's thank the Iqaluit Wildlife Board. For the record, he's got a really ugly cap, okay? Thank you. Looking at the clock, we're almost at ending time, but also there's been a presentation from the general public to speak. Annie Pitao Lassie, you may proceed. I'm Annie Pitao Lassie. I am from Iqaluit, but I live a long time now in Iqaluit. My question for the planning, that we should include youth, that they know how to work the computer and the internet, and that we have students. I worked at Nunavut Sibunik Sabut. I'm taking a year off, but I teach there. They deal with a lot of government relations. Morley and Marley deal with a lot of issues that come up in dealing with the governments, and the history of Inuit is part of the curriculum, and that we have to involve the youth as they. David Joannesy is a graduate. He's a member of the Legislative Assembly and is a leader. PJ Akerok has gone through the Nunavut Sibunik Sabut program as a student. The youth need to be involved in communities. I only see one young person around the table that we've seen the same faces as a King Young Mill. It's still the same people. It's the elders. I think we need an influx of young people. David Joannesy, let's rely on the youth, that they are capable. And I also want to note, finally, elders are our base of knowledge, and they know, and when working together with the youth that can deal with computers and the internet and technology and the traditional knowledge, mixing in with the discussion with the elders and the youth, and I honor the elders that are here, but I want to see more young people. Thank you. Thank you. Before we conclude, Jonathan had a couple more comments. Proceed, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Throughout the day and the week, we've heard a number of comments about mapped areas that are not included on Map A of the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. I've just been asked to provide a few comments on some of the additional mapping that has been identified as part of the land use plan through valued component identification. On the right-hand projector screen up here, we can see a slide that we reviewed on day one. And this is an overview of both areas that have been identified through the planning process by communities directly in Nunavut Planning Commission mapping exercises, as well as use and occupancy mapping conducted through one-on-one interviews with community land users. I noted on day one that all of this information has been considered by the Commission throughout the development of the Nunavut Land Use Plan, and some of these areas have been directly incorporated into areas designated as limited or conditional use on Map A. However, not all of this information can be included on Map A with associated plan requirements. So just speaking quickly on the left-hand side of that map, I'd point users to an interactive map available on our website that includes some areas identified by communities through group mapping sessions with Planning Commission staff over the years. This map includes several thousand individual areas with associated comments from communities. And looking at this, if you can possibly scroll over to the area of Netling Lake, for example. Oh, you actually can see it on the top left-hand corner. You can see here it was identified many, many times by community participants, and that was a significant factor in identifying that lake and surrounding areas as a community area of interest. Of course, there are many other areas and values identified through this planning process that you don't see on Map A, but nonetheless are part of the land use plan as valued components that would be identified to project proponents at the beginning of the regulatory process to assist in their design of the project proposal, and could be passed on to other regulatory authorities for their consideration. In addition to the thousands of areas shown on this map, the Commission has also received many hundreds of areas identified by both individual hunters and trappers organizations. We talked about the Sanarayak areas of community areas of interest. Those have been considered at great length in Chapter 4 and included in some cases as limited use designations in the current draft plan. However, there's also a section in the options and recommendations document 4.1.8 that identifies yet more additional areas that have been identified by communities, but a full analysis of the options for these areas is kind of put on hold or pause pending further information and consideration by participants in this planning process, as well as by commissioners. So all of the information that's been provided to the Commission is being captured and retained in the land use plan, at least as a valued component, and some of those areas of the thousands have been included on Map A, but we just want to emphasize that this information still forms an important part of the land use plan. Separately to these individual areas with their own values being identified, the Commission also has conducted very detailed community use and occupancy mapping studies where our staff members conduct one-on-one interviews with individual land users to record factual information about where they have harvested wildlife or berries or had campsites within their living experience. That information as well forms part of the plan as a valued component and has also been considered in the recommended option for all of the other areas in the land use plan. So I'll stop there and turn it over to my colleague Brian for additional discussion on the use and occupancy mapping in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Brian Iqaluit, Nunavut Planning Commission.
And zoom in a little bit, please.
Zoom in.
To
show how as the Commission we have gathered map information from communities that want to participate. We have mapping sessions, and those that want to participate take part. We go on like 2 weeks before arriving to go on local radio to search for Inuit, to discuss maps around their community. The map we see here, 2006 to 2010, we gathered this information. We have gone to each community 2 or 3 times now in the territory. This was identified in Arctic Bay by Iqaluit Inuit. Use and occupancy mapping. When we deal with maps, we discuss and interview, we record who they are and their age and how long they have been in the actual community before they moved there. And we also take their picture, we record their comments, and the use for the Arctic Bay community, you can see there are 25 Inuit that have been interviewed on this map that you see here. 25 individual people from Arctic Bay. The smaller maps, 1 to 250,000, and they also note the Inuit land use around Arctic Bay. There are over 3,000 sites that are identified here. This is the work we do 2006 to 10 in our visits to the community. Those that wanted to participate take part. We only deal with those that come out. And when we look at the holistic approach, if you can see this, how the Inuit of Arctic Bay, you can see Michimatalingmi 15 ungatani, Michimatalingmi okakatigidlugu. I mentioned in Arctic Bay there's 800 residents there. This map shows, I just wanted to show you this as an example where we interview those that want to be interviewed. We have come here a number of times to Iqaluit, and there's over 4,000 members with the Hunters and Trappers Association. For Iqaluit, we have interviewed 7 that have come forward, and over 1,000 locations around the community. That is part of the process of collecting data from communities and what comes out on a use and occupancy map for your information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think we're pretty much concluded. We seem to be ahead of schedule. We will be done for the day. Thank you for participating, and we'll start again, once again, 9 in the morning. And Brian wants to meet with the Northern Quebec delegates that just arrived. If you guys can meet with Brian before going out, thank you.